Today, the Chavara Cultural Centre, Delhi, has organized a national seminar on journeying together to the destination. Chavara Cultural Centre, Delhi, is a CMI initiative to promote peace and harmony in the society through inter-religious dialogue, art, literature, and cultural interactions. This center is an offshoot of Chavara Cultural Centre, Kochi, which was established in 1971 on the occasion of the Centenary of Heavenly Bliss of Saint Kuriakose alias Chavara.
Saint Kuriakose alias Chavara is a well-known social, educational, cultural, and spiritual reformer of 19th century Kerala. He was the founder of two indigenous religious congregations in the Catholic Church of India. One, Carmelites of Mary Immaculate, and Congregation of the Mother of Carmel. He was a great visionary of the 19th century who paved the way for social and cultural transformation through promotion of universal education.
Being the pioneer in Sanskrit education in the Catholic Church of India, he founded the first Sanskrit school in 1846. Attached to St. Joseph Monastery, Mananam, where children, irrespective of caste, creed, and social status, sat together on one bench for the light of wisdom, which was a turning point in the social and cultural history of India. Saint Kuriakose alias Chavara taught children to respect people and to consider everyone as brothers and sisters. He was a champion of social harmony and an exponent of peaceful coexistence. Saint Chavara considered humanity as one family, all human beings as children of God. He always stood universal brotherhood.
Following the footsteps of Saint Kuriakose alias Chavara, the Chavara Cultural Centre acts as a catalyst for fostering inter-religious harmony, nurturing traditional art forms, and providing platforms for discussions, seminars, debate on topics related to social harmony, peace, and national integration.
Let us begin the national seminar by chanting the Sanskrit version of the Lord's Prayer, Our Father in Heaven, as taught by Jesus.
भो अस्माकं स्वर्गस्थपितः तव नाम पवित्रं पूज्यताम् तव राज्यं मायातु यथा स्वर्गे तथा मेदिन्याम् अपि त्वेच्छा सिद्ध्यतु श्वस्तनं भक्ष्यम् अद्यास्मभयम् देहि वयं च यथास्मद् अपराधिनां क्षमामहे तथा त्वम् अस्माकम् अपराधान् क्षमस्व अस्मांश्च परीक्षां मानय अपि तु दुरात्मन् उद्धार यतो राज्यं पराक्रमः प्रतापश्च युगे युगे तवैव
Now I call upon Reverend Father Dr. Robbie Kanancharal, the Director of Chavara Cultural Centre in Delhi, for the welcome address.
A warm good morning to all of you. I am really happy to welcome all the dignitaries and the special invitees of this unique event. Chavara Cultural Centre, as it is said, is a Carmelites of Mary Immaculate CMI congregation's cultural initiative to promote peace and harmony in the society through interreligious dialogue, art, music, and cultural interactions. Following the footsteps of the founder, Saint Kuryakos Elias Chavara, our guiding light, this center tries to create a platform for seminars, discussions, debates on topics related to social harmony, peace, and national integration. We believe that the bonds that unite us are stronger than the barriers that separate us. To strengthen the bonds, we need to organize such programs which inspires each and every one of us to come together irrespective of religion, caste, creed, or color, or language. So the vision of this center is to accept, respect, and celebrate the diversity. We are aware of our mission, that is to create a more secular world representing and accepting its cultural, religious, and ethnic diversity as such, and to foster communion among people by promoting a culture of love, compassion, truth, justice, fraternity, and equality. And by celebrating and upholding and appreciating the faith and differences of each one without losing and diluting one's own. Chavara Culture Centre is organizing this unique seminar, journeying together to the destination, scope and challenges in the light of the faith and traditions of different religions, to foster the mutual respect and acceptance among all religions and communities. We are inspired by the concept journeying together formed by His Eminence, Pope Francis, the head of the Catholic Church, to think differently based on the Synod on Synodality. The Synod on Synodality is a 2-year process that Pope Francis began last October. It's a process of more to openness and to collaboration. The real focus point is include everyone and exclude none. And as we all know, faith is a journey towards the divine as a response to the deeper awareness of God's presence in us. The journey is not exclusive for an individual or of a particular community. It is a joint and collaborative effort made by the different religions' representatives. In this noble and spiritual endeavor, it is pertinent that the prejudice against another faith be set aside and cultivate a culture of respect and reverence towards all faith, which demands challenging oneself in love to reach the depth of the other on a common platform. So, we are creating such common platforms, and this is one of that kind. And we are really fortunate enough to welcome all the dignitaries, those who have come a long way for blessing this occasion, and each one of us. And I'm really happy and proud to welcome Most Reverend Archbishop Leopoldo Giurelli, the Apostolic Nuncio to India, to inaugurate this national seminar. As we all know, he is the representative of Pope Francis to India, the Barbatian ambassador. The very presence is really a blessed presence for us. And we are really honored and blessed, Most Reverend Archbishop Leopoldo Giurelli, with your graceful presence amidst us. And we welcome with the most heartiest congratulations and appreciations of your presence. Let's give him a good clap. And I would like to welcome Reverend Dr. Josie Tamarsheri CMI, our Vicar General of CMI Congregation and the General Counselor for Pastoral Department and Faith Formation. He is presiding over the function. Father Josie is a man with vision. He creates always an atmosphere of friendliness and togetherness wherever he goes. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Josie Tamarsheri, our Vicar General, for having me here with us, and most welcome to this meeting to preside over the function. Ambassador Kepi Fabian is known to everyone here, I think. He was present here as an Indian diplomat who served in the Indian Foreign Service between 1964 and 2000, during which time he was posted to Madagascar, Australia, Iran, Sri Lanka, Canada, Finland, Qatar, and Italy. Always active in media and in cultural field, and a friend of everyone, especially of mine. Ambassador Kepi Fabian is moderating today's panel discussions. Hearty welcome, dear Ambassador Kepi Fabian, to this seminar. We expect the Minority Commission Chairperson, National Minority Commission, Iqbal Singh Ladpuraji, as our chief guest, and for our Benedictory address, His Grace Archbishop Anil Joseph Kuto. They are on the way, it seems. We have today eminent scholars and speakers representing different religions to share their views. Representing Hinduism, Swami Chandar Devji Maharaj is with us. The very presence is really inspiring. Swamiji is the founder chairman of Global Saint Samaj Kalyan Foundation. And he's a philanthropist and always with the poor and needy and organizing so many cultural events also. Most welcome, Swamiji, to this unique, wonderful seminar. Sri Jagdeep Singh, Director, Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation, and the Chief Whip of the ruling party of Delhi. And he is a good friend of Chavara and a really person, one who can inspire everyone at any time. And he represents the Sikh religion today with us. I hope Srimati Nusrat Juvanji is present here, and she's told me that she's on the way, representing Islam. Anyway, we have Srimati Sharon Lowen is with us. Sharon Lowen, ma'am. Yeah, she's there. She's a world-renowned dancer and artist. He represents Judaism. And most welcome, Srimati Sharon Lowen, the world-renowned artist. And representing Baha'i faith, Sri Dr. A.K. Merchant Ji is with us. He is known to everyone in this interreligious field and a prophet of harmony and peace, always with us. Thank you so much, the General Secretary, Temple of Understanding India Foundation, Dr. Sri A.K. Merchant Ji. Thank you so much for being with us. And we have Sri Sanjay Jain, the Secretary of World Jain Confederation, is representing Jainism today. Sanjay Ji, most welcome to this seminar. He is a great philanthropist and always active in social and cultural field, always a helping hand to the needy. And he has shown his compassionate heart many times. Most welcome, Jain Ji. And we had with us our Venerable Jeshe Georgi Damdul, representing Buddhism. He has just gone out, and I hope he will join us within short time during the time of panel discussion. Even in his absence, he had been here exactly at 10 o'clock, and even in his absence, I welcome him, Venerable Jeshe Georgi Damdul. And we have a video message from Sri Sharia D. Wakil, the Vice President, the Bangalore Parsi Zoroastrian Anjuman. He's from Bangalore, representing Zoroastrian religion. And welcome Sharia D. Wakil, one of our panelists. And a most welcome to our dear Archbishop, His Grace Anil Joseph Kutu, to this wonderful seminar. And as all of you know, Archbishop Anil Joseph Kutu is one of the leading peacemaker of this state. He's always in a forefront of interreligious dialogue and all other activities which is promoting peace and harmony in the world. Most welcome, Archbishop Anil Kutu, to this meeting. And I would like to welcome all the dignitaries and special invitees to this seminar, especially the cream of Delhi cultural and interreligious field, the members of DMA, our Regular Sar is there, and all other members, representations from DMA, our Babu Panikar Sar is here, our A.J. Patel. I welcome Sri A.J. Patel, who came just to attend this function from Belgaum. He is an interreligious person, always promoting peace and harmony. Hey, Patel-ji, just, thank you so much. He is a good friend of mine. And our Reverend Rinjan Lama, the representations of Minority Commission of Buddhists. She is always with us, promoting peace and harmony. And I really appreciate your vibrant presence here. Ma'am, most welcome to this seminar. And our media persons and persons, different political parties and cultural field, and all the fathers and sisters and representatives from different schools. Because today we have a wonderful cultural programs from Christ deemed to be University, Ghaziabad, Delhi NCR, and St. Thomas School, Indirapuram, and Infant Jesus High School here in Delhi. And we really appreciate all the vibrant presence of the teachers and all the participants of these programs. And we have representatives from St. Francis de Sales Senior Secondary School here, students representatives, Holy Child Senior Secondary School, Tagore Garden, and teachers from St. Peter's School, Sector 16A, Old Faridabad, St. Peter's School, Sector 88, Faridabad, and all the teachers and students. You are participating in a unique program, and most cordial welcome to all the participants from different schools. Let's give them a good clap. We are waiting to see your beautiful performances. And my dear friends, today is a unique day, as I have told you. Experience the differences. Chavara Cultural Centre has taken the tag, celebrating diversity means celebrating Bharat. We celebrate the diversity, we appreciate the differences without giving up our uniqueness. So, in order to celebrate the differences, we should have acceptance and respect to ourselves, our faith, and to other faith. Let us strengthen the bonds which unite us rather than the barriers that separate us. God bless you. Enjoy the day. Thank you so much. And I'm really happy to welcome our Nancy Barlow, member, Delhi Minority Commission. She is here, a good friend of Chavara and all the minority members. Let us give her a flower bouquet and welcome her. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your vibrant presence. Sorry for missing that. And I would like to welcome all the fathers, especially Father Thomas Kollikolawil, the Superior, who is proposing the word of thanks today, Superior of CMI Bhavan, where Chavara Cultural Centre is exists. Most welcome, Father Thomas Kollikolawil, to this wonderful event. And thank you so much. And welcoming everyone, each and everyone to this seminar. I remain, thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Father Dr. Robbie Kananchal, for the welcome address. Light fades away darkness and is a symbol of truth and happiness. Now we proceed to the lighting of the candle ceremony. I heartily welcome His Grace, Most Reverend Archbishop Leopoldo Girelli, the Apostolic Nuncio to India, to light the candle. While listening to the age-old traditional chanting from our Indian spiritual tradition, Brihadanik Upanishad, through which Indian sages realized the real God experience, and as Indians, we are proud of the great prayer.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma.
While listening to the music of Asatoma Satgamaya, which signifies from ignorance, lead me to truth, let us pray for all our brothers and sisters who are present around the world. We humbly request all the dignitaries to come forward to light the candles.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya sarvesham swastir bhavatu sarvesham shantir bhavatu Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Om Shanti.
All dignitaries lighting the lamp from each other and stand straight in a single line. and we pray for the harmony and peace of the world. First, light the lamp, light the candle, and please come and stand in straight in your own places here.
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya sarvesham swastir bhavatu sarvesham shantir bhavatu सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
We heartily welcome His Grace, Most Reverend Archbishop Leopoldo Grelli, the Vatican Ambassador and the Apostolic Nuncio to India, to give the inaugural speech.
A very good morning to everyone. Your Grace, Most Reverend Anil Kuto, Archbishop of Delhi, Reverend Father Jose Tamaraseri, CMI, Vicar General of the CMI congregation, Reverend Father Robby Kannachirail, CMI, Director, Chavara Cultural Centre, and also Your Excellency, dear friend, Ambassador Fabian, all the panelists here present, dignitaries, Reverend Fathers, Reverend Sisters, and all the participants of the National Seminar. I'm very happy to be present with you and address you on the occasion of the National Seminar on Journeying Together to the Same Destination, organized by the Chavara Cultural Centre in New Delhi. As Father Robby mentioned about the synod of synodality, every synod is a journey together of all the faithful, to listen, to learn, to love, to live, to let go, and to let God in. In particular, it is a journey of discernment in which the people of God are called to pray and reflect upon the Holy Spirit's will for the Church. In this synod of synodality, Pope Francis has invited everyone in the Church to walk together and to reflect together, always searching for creative ways to promote a deeper communion, fuller participation, and a more fuller life of service to God and one another. In this ecclesial exercise in discernment, everyone is called to listen attentively to others, out of love and in a spirit of communion. synodality is not a one-time event, but an invitation to an ongoing style of church life. The church is ever on a journey of faith, always on pilgrimage, never for its own sake, to serve and not to be served, and always looking forward to the reign of God, in hope. As St. Paul wrote, we walk by faith, not by sight, while on earth. And faith is the virtue that gives meaning and purpose to our life's journey. This synodal process of journeying together helps us to realize that we are all dependent on one another, building bridges beyond the walls that sometimes threaten to separate us. Age, gender, wealth, caste, but also creed, religion, and languages, abilities, or any other status. In our journey together, interreligious dialogue is an essential condition for peace in the world, and thus it is a duty for Christians as well as for other religious communities. And Pope Francis affirmed that through dialogue, we learn to accept others and their different ways of living, thinking, and speaking. A dialogue which seeks social peace and justice is in itself an ethical commitment which brings about a new social situation. Efforts made in dealing with a specific theme can become a process in which, by mutual listening, both parts can be purified and enriched. The Pilgrim Church has the duty of scrutinizing the signs of times and of interpreting them in the light of the gospel. The whole of the Christian life is like a great pilgrimage to the house of the Father, to the destination. The pilgrimage takes place in the heart of each person, extends to the believing community, and then reaches to the whole of humanity. Along this journey, some of the challenges that we need to consider include the temptation of wanting to lead ourselves instead of being led by God. We may be tempted to forget that we are only pilgrims on the path marked out for us by God. Include also the challenge to promote a culture of tolerance, acceptance of others, and of living together peacefully through effective dialogue, which would contribute significantly to reducing many problems that weigh so heavily on a large part of humanity. And include the challenge to heal the wounds and show solidarity with those who have been badly hurt, marginalized, and treated unjustly, as well as the challenge to better understand life issues, to become more culturally sensitive, to share resources with the needy, and to grow in ecological responsibility. The 60th anniversary of the opening of the Second Vatican Ecumenical Council, which took place yesterday, 11 October, is an important milestone to reflect on the many ways that the legacy of that council will continue to guide the Church and society in the future. In his Mater Ecclesiae speech at the solemn opening of the council, on this very date, St. John 23rd powerfully remarked that the Church offers the people of our times not transient riches, but the greatness of Christian charity, of which nothing else is more valid for uprooting the seeds of discord, nothing more effective for fostering harmony, just peace, and fraternal union of all. The present synod on synodality, called by Pope Francis, which has its roots in the vision and spirit of the Second Vatican Council, has similarly called for a renewal of the Church by listening attentively to the signs of the times, journeying together, actively dialoguing with one another in order to be more united with one another and carry out the gospel mandate in the world. In fact, the three key words, communion, participation, and mission, included in the very title of the synodal journey, are eminently conciliar words. According to Pope Francis, the goal of the synod is to plant dreams, draw forth prophecies and visions, allow hope to flourish, inspire trust, bind and wounds, weave together relationships, awaken a dawn of hope, learn from one another, and create a bright resourcefulness that will enlighten minds, warm hearts, and give strength to our hands. May this national seminary be an opportunity to deepen the bonds of fellowship with people of all religions and encourage us to become guardians of true peace. Thank you.
Thank you, His Grace, for your insightful words. Now I invite His Grace, Anil Joseph Tikuto, the Archbishop of Delhi, to facilitate the audience.
Your Excellency, Archbishop Leopoldo Girelli, our Apostolic Nuncio, and all the distinguished members sitting on the dais, my dear brothers and sisters in Jesus Christ our Lord, I thank Chavara Cultural Centre for this invitation to be here this morning and also to deliver a few words as a benedictory address. Unity and diversity and in unity is the core and the essence of our Indian reality, which is pluralistic. And as some have said, it is in our DNA that we live in a pluralistic context. From the time of our birth, we are exposed to this. We are born not only in the culture and religion of our own family, but also we are exposed to another culture, another religion, and even another language, which belong to the larger society. Thus, we grow up with the pluralistic mindset all the time, accepting, appreciating, respecting, loving the other, and thus celebrating our diversity right from our very young days as children. we live and breathe this atmosphere in our country. And in many places of our motherland, it is not only just bicultural, bilingual, religious, but also multicultural. Many cultures, many religions, many languages as we grow up. And especially in these times of mobility. We are not only in my own place where I have grown up, my own village, but moved out to newer places where I live in the midst of so many different cultures and languages and ethnicities of our own land. And there's so much of this cultural give and take that takes place in our country, whether it be in the area of religious practices, social customs, language and vocabulary, music, art and literature, architecture, and so on. This is our uniqueness and our great treasure of our motherland, and we definitely serve as a model for the whole world on how to live in peace and harmony here. I myself come from a background in Goa where Hindus and Christians, we all lived together for centuries as neighbors, as friends, as school companions, college companions, and members of the larger family of the village where our lives have been intertwined in so many ways. Unfortunately, a particular political climate prevailing today is trying to divide us on the basis of religion and culture. Suddenly, we have begun to look at each other as Hindus and as Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, and so on, and not as Indians, all of us, with the same origin and same destiny. This is even giving rise to feelings of animosity, enmity, you and I, and so on, which may help to win votes, but ultimately is not beneficial for the unity and stability of the nation and its building and the kind of example that we have to give to the whole world and the lesson that we have to give to the whole world. And we must withstand these divisive forces at all cost. Therefore, interfaith or interreligious dialogue and regular conversations are so important for us at all levels of our society. And as His Excellency, our Apostolic Nuncio, has already mentioned, we in the Catholic Church, we follow the teachings of love, of forgiveness, of peace, of brotherhood and sisterhood of all, as given by our Lord Jesus Christ and expounded in the Second Vatican Council and the papal teachings thereafter. And now, very especially, Pope Francis is at the helm of this leadership, servant leadership for the whole world. I'm very glad that Chavara Cultural Centre of the Congregation of the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate, based in Delhi, has taken this initiative to promote peace and harmony in the society through interreligious dialogue, art, literature, and cultural interactions. At this moment, I remember very respectfully and also with a great sense of gratitude my predecessor, Archbishop Angelo Fernandez, who was a great protagonist, a great leader in interreligious harmony and peace at the world level. And he too was a founder of the then called World Council of Religion and Peace, WCRP. And he led this whole movement for a long time. On behalf of the Archdiocese of Delhi, I congratulate the CMI congregation and especially Fathers Martin, Robbie, and Thomas for organizing this seminar on journeying together in the light of the faith and traditions of different religions, and pray that it may be another step forward in the journey of our beloved motherland to bring all her citizens, that is, people of all faiths, to the divine source within us, the wellsprings of love, peace, knowledge, and joy. The same Archbishop Angelo Fernandez used to say, we have to bring our spiritual resources together to build up our nation and the world and not to divide it. And that is what we have to always strive for. Thank you.
Thank you, His Grace, for the benedictory address. Among us, we have the presence of the respected Rinchen Lambo, the member of National Minority Commission in India. I heartily welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
मंच पर विराजमान हिज एक्सेलेंसी और अलग अलग धर्मों को प्रतिनिधि करते हुए यहाँ पर गेस्ट और सभाघर में उपस्थित भाइयों और बहनों, एक्चुअली आज मुझे यहाँ पर बोलने का कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं था, अचानक फादर ने बोल दिया, तो मैं आप जैसे यहाँ महानुभूति लोगों के बीच में वो भी एक ऐसे टॉपिक पे कि जो आज के युग में, आज के समय में बहुत ही अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय को लेकर आज चावरा कल्चरल सेंटर ने बहुत ही एक अच्छा कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया है। उसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बोलना चाहूँगी फादर। जैसे कि हम सब जानते हैं कि पूरे विश्व में जितने भी मानव जाति के लोग हैं, 7 बिलियन ह्यूमन बीइंग्स जो है, सबके फीलिंग्स एक है। सबको सुख अच्छा लगता है, दुख किसी को पसंद नहीं है। सारे वही एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं जो आपको अच्छा लगता है। आपके विपक्ष में भी जो बैठे हैं, आपके सामने जो बैठे हैं, उनको भी वही सब कुछ अच्छा लगता है। जो आपको अच्छा नहीं लगता है, आपके सामने वाले को भी वो सब कुछ अच्छा नहीं लगता है। रिलीजन का मतलब मैं ये नहीं समझती हूँ कि हम सुबह उठकर प्रार्थना करें या कुछ रिचुअल्स को हम माने, फॉलो करें। रिलीजन का मतलब है कि हम कैसे दूसरों के ज़िंदगी में हम सुख पहुंचा सकते हैं, कैसे हम दूसरे के ज़िंदगी में कुछ बदलाव ला सकते हैं। मैं धर्म के बहुत बड़े ज्ञानी नहीं हूँ, लेकिन जो मुझे फील होता है, जो मेरे समझ में आता है, आ रही है, आज मैं वही बोल रही हूँ क्योंकि अचानक मैं स्टेज पे आई हूँ। तो हम सबको वही चाहिए। हम खुद एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि कोई मेरे साथ बुरा व्यवहार ना करे, कोई मेरे साथ गली गलोच ना करे, कोई मुझे बुरा शब्द ना कहे। लेकिन हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि जब हम खुद किसी परिस्थिति में होकर दूसरों के साथ हम कैसा व्यवहार करते हैं, उसका चेक करना बहुत सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है, मैं ये समझती हूँ। और हम सब खुशकिस्मत है कि हम भारत जैसे देश में रहते हैं, जहाँ पर सारे रिलीजन को एक समान अधिकार है। अपने तरीके से जीने का, अपने तरीके से, अपने फेथ के हिसाब से हमें पूजा पाठ सब कुछ करने का हमें अधिकार है। फिर भी हम शिकायत करते हैं कि ये नहीं हुआ, वो नहीं हुआ, सरकार ने ये नहीं दिया। बहुत सारे शिकायत करते हैं। जो कुछ दिया उसका हम शुक्रिया अदा नहीं करते हैं। मैं कहती हूँ, नेशनल माइनॉरिटी कमीशन के मेंबर होने के नाते नेशनल माइनॉरिटी कमीशन में 6 अलग अलग धर्मों को भारत के संविधान ने हमें माइनॉरिटी का दर्जा दिया है। मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई, बुद्धिस्ट, जैन, पारसी। लेकिन हम 6 अलग अलग धर्म को मानने वाले लोग खुद को माइनॉरिटी समझकर हमेशा हम एक अलग समझकर अगर हम रहने लगेंगे तो कभी भी ये देश जो है सशक्त देश नहीं बन पाएंगे। मैं समझती हूँ एक मुट्ठी को ताकतवर बनने के लिए जब तक हम सातवें मेजॉरिटी को साथ लेकर नहीं चलेंगे, हमारा देश कभी भी एक सशक्त राष्ट्र नहीं बन पाएंगे। इसलिए खुद को माइनॉरिटी समझकर एक अलग अलग हम सब अलग अलग समझते रहेंगे। मैं सिख रिलीजन की हूँ, मैं बुद्धिस्ट हूँ, मैं क्रिश्चियन हूँ, मैं मुस्लिम हूँ, सबको दूसरों से अलग समझते रहेंगे, कभी भी हम एक नहीं हो पाएंगे। इसलिए एक मुट्ठी की तरह सातवें मेजॉरिटी को भी साथ लेकर जब तक हम आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे तो किसी भी मकसद में हम पूरा नहीं कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए एकता में बल है। कोई भी रिलीजन हमें ये नहीं सिखाते हैं कि हम दूसरों के ऊपर उंगली उठाएं। हर रिलीजन का मकसद, गोल एक ही है, डेस्टिनेशन एक ही है। आपने जो टॉपिक रखा है, बेशक रास्ते अलग अलग है, पहुंचना तो सबको उसी डेस्टिनेशन पे है। फिर हम कैसे हम दूसरे को हम गलत और खुद को सही कह सकते हैं? तो हम लोग जब भी अपने अपने कम्युनिटी में अपने रिलीजन का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हुए जहां भी हमें मौका मिलता है, अपने आने वाले पीढ़ी को अपने रिलीजन को मानने का शिक्षा देने के साथ साथ दूसरे रिलीजन के प्रति रिस्पेक्ट, आदर की भावना रखने की फीलिंग भी आज के जनरेशन में ये भावना भी डालने की अत्यंत ज़रूरत है। तब जाकर हम ऐसे सेमिनार और संगोष्ठी करने के सही जो है फायदा हमारे सामने नजर आएंगे। घर से शुरू होना चाहिए, अपने बच्चों से शुरू होना चाहिए कि अपने रिलीजन को फॉलो करो, दूसरे मजहब का इज्जत करो, रिस्पेक्ट करो। ये हमें हर माँ बाप, हर टीचर अपने स्कूल में सिखाएंगे, माँ बाप अपने बच्चों को सिखाएंगे, धर्म को प्रतिनिधि करने वाले लोग अपने कम्युनिटी में सिखाएंगे, तो कहीं पर भी नफरत के भावना हमें देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। तो इसीलिए आज देखिए संसार के कोने कोने में जंग, लड़ाई, युद्ध का माहौल बहुत जगह पे छिड़े होते हैं। कारण यही है कि हम दूसरों के भावनाओं के कदर नहीं करते हैं। रिलीजन का असली मतलब हमें समझ नहीं है। अगर रिलीजन का असली मतलब समझ होते, कहीं पर युद्ध नहीं होते। किसी भी धर्म में ये नहीं कहा होगा कि दूसरे धर्म के लोगों को खत्म करो, सिर्फ हम फलेंगे फूलेंगे, ऐसा किसी ने भी नहीं कहा होगा। तो अपने ही धर्म के बारे में भी पूर्ण ज्ञान ना होने के कारण ऐसा परिस्थिति आज संसार में हमें नजर आते हैं। अपने ही घर से, अपने ही अंतरात्मा से बदलाव लाने की जरूरत है, तब जाकर हम बाहर के दुनिया में सुधार ला सकते हैं। और आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण दिवस पर, महत्वपूर्ण जगह पर मुझे अपना 2 विचार यहाँ पर व्यक्त करने का मुझे अवसर देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for insightful words, and we are delighted to have you with us. Next, I invite Reverend Dr. Joshi Tamarashiri, CMI, the Vicar General, for the presidential address.
His Grace Archbishop Leopoldo Girelli, the Apostolic Nuncio to India, His Grace Archbishop Anil Kuto, Archbishop of Delhi Archdiocese, His Excellency KP Fabian, moderator of the panel discussion of this day, distinguished representatives of different religious traditions who are to present the different views during the panel discussion, other distinguished guests, Reverend Father Roby, the Director of Chavara Cultural Centre, Delhi, Reverend Father Thomas Kollikolavil, the Prefect of CMI Bhavan, Delhi, Reverend Fathers, Sisters, and my dear friends. A word of appreciation and congratulations to the Delhi unit of Chavara Cultural Centre for this great effort of bringing together respective representatives of great religious traditions of our country to think and reflect together on the concept of journeying together to our common destination. The objective of establishing Chavara Cultural Centre here at the capital city, Delhi, is to bring together the religious traditions of our country, which is the asset of our nation, with respect and accepting each other to work together for the harmony and welfare of the society. Therefore, journeying together is a concept which is very much significant today and also very much discussed in the Catholic Church today as part of the synodal process which was declared by our Holy Father Pope Francis. Long ago, one of the ways in which Second Vatican Council described the Church was a pilgrim people, which captures the image of a large mass of pilgrims moving towards a common destination. The word synod, which is discussed very much today, implies this meaning: people, different people walking together to our common destination. Yet another term is accompaniment, as when different people share each other's joys and trials and assist each other thereto. In the Indian tradition, we have the beautiful word samanvaya to denote this journeying together. In this process, we come across with three significant terms that would characterize our journeying together. They are encounter, listen, and discern. In the Holy Bible, we often meet Jesus on a journey open to an encounter with different people he meets along his way, present to them and concerned about their questions and their queries. The synodal path which we discussed today advocates or calls to develop an art of encounter like Jesus, with an openness to each other and the willingness to listen to each other. This encounter allows ourselves to be challenged by the presence and the stories of the other. And naturally, this encounter calls for listening, a listening to the other. For us Christians, the best example is the life of Jesus, who listens not just with the ears, but with the heart. When we follow Jesus in listening with the heart, people feel they are being heard, not judged. They feel free to recount their own experience and their spiritual journey. The best example we find in the Gospel of Jesus encountering the Samaritan woman at the Jacob's well, where the woman who belonged to a different religious tradition was able to share her own faith experience, her own life without any prejudice. In our attempt to be good listeners, we are also allowing others to express themselves without any hesitation. Referring to this listening process, Holy Father Pope Francis says, "Let us not soundproof our hearts. Let us not remain barricaded in our certainties. Instead, let us listen to one another without any prejudice." This encounter and listening, which are not end in themselves, shall naturally lead to the third element, that is discernment. To quote Pope Francis again in this context, he says, whenever we enter into dialogue with the other, we allow ourselves to be challenged to advance on the journey we make together. The encounter and listening should help us to find out the direction of journeying together, where God is leading us all ultimately. That is our common destination. Therefore, primarily and ultimately, the interreligious dialogue and encounter with different religions are occasions to deepen our experience in one's own religious context. Dear friends, as we have come together to think about the possibility of journeying together to the common destination, although we have our own differences, this coming together affirms the fact that we can journey together if we really agree to it. We can only move forward if we work and walk together or journey together. In the Synod, the voice of everyone is listened because God speaks through anyone who take part and walk together in this journey. All of us are invited to engage and dialogue in and through this journeying together. It means each and everyone taking part in this journey should be listened to and to help each other to walk forward together. Therefore, let us have a good journey together, even though we belong to different religious traditions, as pilgrims to a common destination in love and in openness to the surprise of the Spirit. Let us engage in dialogue in the spirit of journeying together, respecting and accepting each other, listening to each other, and then discerning our common goal to work for the glory of God and also for the good of the welfare of the society and the human race and at large of the universe. So once again, let me congratulate Chavara Cultural Centre, Delhi, for Robi, the director, for Thomas, the prefect, and all the well-wishers and collaborators for this great initiative of bringing together different noble religious traditions on one platform to think together, to listen together, and to work together for the harmony of the society. May God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Josie Tamarashiri, for the presidential address. Among us, we have the presence of respected Nancy Ballo, the member of Delhi Minority Commission. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm very, very honored to be over here by the Chavara Culture. I was not very well prepared that I have to speak something, but let me tell you something, that I'm very, very proud that the journey together, it is about the religion. We all, and I'm very proud to see everybody, like from the Jain, from all the communities, because where I'm working, we are 6 communities, and I've seen all of them present over here, which made me very happy this morning. And it's a true thing, it's journey together. Religion is sincerity and hard work, and everybody can do that if we all get together, and we don't have that thing about religion. Everybody over here have to be practicing what they preach and be together all the time. I work for the Delhi Minority Commission for the last 2 years, and I've been seeing a lot of problems because we are trying to do the differences. And they all come to us with so many problems, and again, it comes again to religion and not being united. That's the main thing. If we are a team, and it goes like everybody, doesn't matter it's Christian or Hindu or Muslim, we can really work together and help each other. Sometimes we have a problem where churches are the masjid or the mandir, whatever. We should work together, we should help each other and be united. So then only we can do good work and give good results to our thing. No, I will not be speaking much, but I'm very, very happy and very grateful to the Chavara culture and very proud of you all, the way it's conducted. And maybe again and again I might get more thing that knowing so much about it, because I was amazed when I came and I saw all of them, like the Jain and everybody, which I felt very proud. That's how we have the journey together. It is not the religion, separate lines, divide and rule. All those things should never be in one of us. We all should be united and work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful words. India, a country that is always titled as the Son Chiriya or Golden Bird, not because of the wealth it possessed, but the culture diversity which resides here. It is a nation that has a rich history with various festivals and so many occasions that are all celebrated with utmost joy. There are individuals of various origins who have totally different cultures, but all in one unity in diversity, here unmatched. We now have a dance performance on the colors of India by the Christ University, Delhi, through which they display the same spirit, the energy, and the love that we still hold. I request all the dignitaries to be seated down, as we will be requiring the stage for the performance.
से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है।
सौरागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है। ये प्यार का संगीत है,
ये शांति का गीत है, ये एकता का राग है। भारत अनोखा राग है। सोरागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है, अनोखा राग है। भारत के इस एक तारे पे गूंजे है जो जो रागिनी, सब मिल गई एक धुन बनी।
इस धुन में गाना एक है, इस धुन का एक है।
ये राग सबका राग है, भारत अनोखा राग है। इस देश की रीत एक है धड़कन एक ताल में।
सुर अनगिनत गीत एक है, ये देश सबका देश
सबका ऐसा राग है। सोरागिनियों से सजा भारत का
It was such an energetic and a mesmerizing performance. I would like to extend our gratitude to Father Biju Painarat, Father Sunny Joseph and Professor Albert, and the dance master Mr. Nandakumar, and all the students who participated in it. We would be now listening to the keynote address by Dr. C.V. Anand Bose, IAS One-Man Expert Commission, CACLB, Government of India.
which has contemporary relevance, name Journeying Together to the Destination, is a topic which has contemporary relevance, name Eternal Relevance. The Chavara Cultural Centre, through its dynamic leader, Dr. Father Roby, Journeying Together to the Destination, is a topic which has contemporary relevance, name Eternal Relevance. The Chavara Cultural Centre, through its dynamic leader, Dr. Father Roby, has been guiding us together for such a journey over the past few decades. Unity amidst diversity, or better still, diversity amidst unity, is what keeps us going. Coming together is beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. When we journey together to the destination, we come together, we keep together, we work together. Grandma's wisdom is great. United we stand, divided we fall. The Bible tells us, in my Father's house, there are many mansions. The Bible also teaches us, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. All religions lead us to God in their own ways. Like the streams reach the river, and the rivers reach the sea. All the faiths lead us to the same destination, God. No faith is superior. No faith is inferior. Kabir Das says, when a drop falls in the ocean, that drop merges into the ocean. Little do we realize that the ocean also merges into the drop. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, the Lord God made them all. God is one, though his manifestations are many and myriad. In our brief sojourn on earth, let us not forget that we belong not to the west or the east, or the north or the south. We belong to the whole of humanity, and the whole of humanity belongs to us. As the Bible teaches us, without him who built the house, they labor in vain who build it. Abraham Lincoln has said, with him I cannot fail. Without him I cannot succeed. Heart within and God overhead. If humanity journeys together to the same destination, the world will be a better place to live in. This journey together will certainly lead us to what John Milton says, tomorrow, to fresh woods and pastures anew. Let this journey together to the same destination make mankind realize Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, the world is one family. I wish the Chavara Cultural Centre God's best in leading us on this journey together to the same destination. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. C.V. Anand Bose for his wonderful message. Now we begin with the panel discussion with the esteemed leaders. We are happy to announce that Ambassador K.P. Fabian is the moderator of the discussion. Ambassador K.P. Fabian served in the Indian Foreign Service from 1964 to 2000. His last posting was in Rome as Ambassador to Italy and Permanent Representative to UN organizations, including Food and Agriculture Organization, World Program, International Fund for Agriculture Development. Even while in service, Ambassador Fabian wrote and spoke on international affairs, mainly at universities at Austria, Iran, Sri Lanka, Canada, Finland, Qatar, and Italy. Now we welcome Ambassador K.P. Fabian. Over to you, sir.
Well, I should start by saying good afternoon. Well, after that dance, which was such a treat and which ignited us and which almost made us feel that we should also dance. In fact, we were dancing with all of you, boys and girls. Archbishop Anil Joseph Thomas Kuto, distinguished panelists, fellow travelers to the, seeking the same destination. I should say that our masters of ceremony can be a good asset to the United Nations, which is now holding its General Assembly. Congratulations. Now, Reverend Father Dr. Roby, the director of the Cultural Centre, well, he is incredible. Not only has he arranged such a good program, but he even arranged for good weather. And he chose the India International Centre, the centre which shares in many ways the vision and values of the Chavara Cultural Centre. And that centre, India International Centre, is now celebrating, we are celebrating our 60th anniversary. And what a timing, what a timing. I also see a certain rejuvenation of the India International Centre with the presence of so many boys and girls. Hearty welcome to you. We have a reputation of being a center for seniors. Now, your presence permits me to share a few thoughts. How did India get its name India? I mean, of course, we call it Bharat, but for the international community, Republic of India. I mean, if you go to New York and say Bharat, well, fellow Indians will understand, but others may not. So how did we get the name India? Well, historically, I know history is not very fashionable these days, but it's good to remember history at times. There was the river Sindhu, you know where it is. Now the ancient Persians, they had a problem. They could not pronounce S. So Sindhu became Hindu. You know also of Soma? You know what? Now Soma became Homa. So same difficulty in pronouncing S. So the people living, near the river, they became Hindus, and then it went to the west. Well, in French it was Hindu. And I tell you, there was a time, 19th century and early 20th century, if you were to go to Paris, they will ask you, Etu Hindu, meaning, are you Indian? And if you say yes, they will say, Etu Musliman. In other words, Hindu didn't mean a religion. It meant India. You see? So that is one part of it. And the second thought which I want to share with you is that we have seen the diversity, the beautiful diversity. And look at our look at our flag. Is it of one single color? Why? Because the flag represents India, Bharat in all its diversity. So, anybody who wants to have an India which is not diverse, well, should think again. And I'm sure that the Chavara Cultural Centre is doing excellent job in doing that. but in a manner which is, what shall I say, non-controversial, in a manner which is persuasive, and in a manner which is enjoyed by all concerned. You know, there is no tension, there is no animosity. And the third thought which I want to share with you is that India has a glorious tradition. Let's make a comparison, though I don't like to make comparisons, but at times it can be useful. Those of you who study history might have noticed, in 1578, 1578, there was the Saint Bartholomew Night of horrors in France. We don't know how many, say from 5 to 20,000 human beings were killed just because of a mistaken notion that a person who has another approach to God different from mine should not be tolerated. So that was 1578. 1580, Akbar, emperor. Well, he started his conversation with Jesuit priests. And if you go to Agra, you will find a church, Church of Akbar, because, you know, he asked them to put up that church. In other words, India has a glorious tradition. That is why, you know, the Parsis and others came to India. Jews came to India. All those who were in trouble, they came to India and India absorbed them. That is a real India. And if anybody tells you there is a different India, well, kindly sit down with them and talk to them. I'm sure you will be able to convince them. Now, I think I should thank the Master of Ceremony, and perhaps you may like to call for the next speaker. Thank you so much for lending me your ears.
Thank you, sir. Now introducing the panelists of the seminar. Firstly, we have Swami Chandra Devji Maharaj, the founder chairman of Global Saint Samaj Kalyan Foundation. He excelled in many fields, such as sports, and now is serving as a social worker. Now, we have a Hindu religious prayer. During this prayer, we request you all to pray for all the brothers and sisters belonging to the Hindu community.
ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम् ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम् ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम् ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम् ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्या।
डेस्क पे बैठे हुए सभी महान बाबू को मेरा प्रणाम। सामने बैठी प्यारी ऑडियंस को मेरा प्रणाम। आज हम यहाँ रिलीजन के बारे में, इंटरफेथ के बारे में बात करने आए हैं। हमें हिंदुज़म के बारे में बात करनी है। Hinduism is the oldest and active among all the religions. Hinduism is found in existence even in the earliest analyzed period of the history. Hinduism is a religion that believe in the doctrine, let the good thing come from all the directions of the world. Hinduism is not only theory, but the Hinduism scriptures act as a supporting material for the individual to live a better life. Hinduism is an ocean of nectar. It teaches that the divine is equally present in all, and it is a fundamental teaching is most moral duty of selfness, non-violence, and truth. Teaching of oneness is considered a core, eternal spiritual truth of Hinduism. No one is superior, none inferior, all are brother, marching forward to prosperity. Hinduism is most strongly condemn all form of prejudice and discrimination. I am talking about Mother Teresa, who said, only humanity will lead us to the unity, and unity will lead us to the peace. True words, because history has witnessed that all wars have resulted only because of our ego and the pride of establishing superiority over others. The clash is only due to our arrogance to show that we are superior or that our religion is the best. But if we think that we are all equal, then all enmity and hatred will come to an end. The world will be a peaceful place to live. In a nutshell, our motto should be, let's go together, spread love, happiness, and joy all around the world. I believe that we should not debate on religion issues because we are all human beings, and our aim should be humanity. The best way to remain aloof from the hatred is to keep the child in us alive, because it is only the child who is innocent and who has no enemy. Like child, let us clean our heart and the dust of envy, empty and hatred. If we look at the text of all religious scriptures, we find in all the religions are good, and religion for us empty, enemy and hatred. So if the equality is the main important things. Frankly speaking, the need of hatred, frankly speaking, the seed of hatred and division are the result of the excess study. When we study too much, our mind governs our heart, and it leads the impurity, and it begins the war of superiority. Hence, Swami Vivekananda has rightly said, everything excess in our life is a dangerous, is a poisonous. Even wrongly we say to this, the good, because he is not highly educated. The child is not educated. When he loves anybody, when somebody call him with affection, he go toward that. And if somebody hated, he away. So our main issue should be the spiritual prem. My Global Sant Samaj Kalyan Foundation is the base, is a peace, प्यार and prosperity. हमें सबको प्रेम प्यार की बात करनी चाहिए. रिलीजन जो है हम अपने घर में रखें. जैसे एक फैमिली के अंदर 5 भाई हैं या 4 भाई हैं, उनके कमरे अलग अलग हैं, लेकिन किचन, ड्राइंग रूम और सब चीज़ें एक हैं. वो अगर चाहें कि अपने रूम को ठीक रखें और किचन को और ड्राइंग रूम को दूसरी चीज़ को ना रखें, तो सब पोल्यूटेड हो जाएगा. उसी तरीके से हम सब हिंदुस्तानी, हम सब जातों के अलग अलग लोग हैं. अगर हम अपने धर्म को अपने घर में रखें, बाहर हम इंसानियत, मानवता की बात करें, तो हम जो आगे कर सकते हैं. हमारा मेन मकसद होना चाहिए इंसानियत और मानवता, जो मेन चीज़ है. हमें बाहर जाके कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. एक हिंदुस्तानी ऐसा है, एक हिंदू ही कम्युनिटी ऐसी है जिसने कभी किसी पे अटैक नहीं किया, कभी किसी को कब्जा करने की कोशिश नहीं की, और इतनी सहनशीलता है कि जो भी है, सालों लग गए, 14 साल 75 साल लगे हमें ये कहने के लिए कि हम हिंदू हैं. इतना उकसाया गया लोगों को, इतना उकसाया गया तो अब बोलने लगे. अभी मैं देहरादून में था, वहाँ हज़रत मोहम्मद की बर्थडे पे, तो मैंने उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि हमारे इस्लाम में जो है, जो लास्ट हमारे स्पीच थी हमारे अल्लाह की, जो भी है, उन्होंने कहा है कि सब धर्म से प्यार करो, अपने धर्म से प्यार करो, लेकिन दूसरे धर्म से भी प्यार करो, उतना ही प्यार करो. जैसे आप चाहते हैं कि आपसे कोई प्यार करे, आपसे नफरत ना करे, आप भी लोगों से ऐसे करो. वहाँ उनके म्यूज़ियम में एक गाय का घी पड़ा हुआ था, तो हमने कहा ये क्या थी, ये जो हमारे भगवान है, हमारे अल्लाह है, वो इसके लिए शुद्ध बोलते हैं कि इसके से बहुत बीमारियां दूर होती हैं. तो इसका मतलब जो गाय के घी है उससे इतना फ़ायदा, तो गायें जिंदा रखें, गाय की इज्जत करें. लेकिन जितने ज़्यादा लोग पढ़ जाते हैं वो अपने आप को स्पिरिट समझने लगते हैं, वो अपने हिसाब से लिखने लगते हैं. इसीलिए मैं कहता हूँ कि कुरान भी जो है, कुरान की जो एक अल्लाह की कुरान है और एक नए मौलवी और मौलाना की कुरान है, जो हमें नफरत सिखाती है. अगर हम सब लोग, हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई, अगर हम सब इकट्ठे हो जाएं, अगर हम तन से गर्दन काटने वाला, तुम्हें मारने वाली बात करते हैं, तो हम चुप रहते हैं. उस वक्त जो ये आज हम सब जैसे इकट्ठे हुए हैं, उस वक्त सब इकट्ठे होकर उसको अगेंस्ट बोलें तो हमारी प्रॉब्लम हल हो सकती है. लेकिन वो नहीं होती. जब कोई गलत बात करता है तब नहीं हम बोलते. हम मीटिंग यहाँ करने का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है. मेरी मर्चेंट हमारे साथ कई दफ़े, हम मर्चेंट जी के साथ मेरा इस बारे में डिस्कस हुई, हम कई इंटरफेथ फंक्शन में गए. मेरा मकसद है लव, प्यार. जब भी आप प्यार करेंगे, आप रस्ते वस्ते की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं. और मैं आई एम थैंकफुल टू फादर कि उन्होंने एक फंक्शन रखा और म्यूज़िकल रखा, जहाँ कल्चर होता है, जहाँ डांस और म्यूज़िक होता है. ये की थेरेपी है, ये भी बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है. और मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई, हमारी मैडम जो बुद्धि से है उन्होंने हिंदी बोली, और अभी हमारा हिंदी के लिए हमारा डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन हुआ था अभी 9 तारीख को. मैं सब लोगों से, आप लोगों से विनती करता हूँ, आप अपनी जात पात को छोड़ के, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई को छोड़ के हिंदुस्तानी बनिए और अपने उसके आत्मा में एक ही चीज़ रखें, सबसे प्यार रखें, ज़्यादा ना बोलते. आप सबका धन्यवाद जो आपने सुना, और मंच पे बैठों का सबका मैं धन्यवाद, जिनके लिए धन्यवाद सर.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Next, we have respected Nusrat Jahan, the eminent scholar and speaker. A strong and efficient female leader with great social ethics, showed her commitment to society by her entry into charity works in flood crisis and aviation issues affecting humans abroad. Now we will be listening to the Islamic religious prayer. We request you all to pray for our brothers and sisters from Islam.
الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله بالله واليوم الآخر والملائكة والكتب والنبي.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and the venue, I take this opportunity to thank Chavara Cultural Centre and especially Robbie Chen, who invited for me this program. Actually, I was in Kerala yesterday, late night I reached here. For 1 week I went and came back because he always follow up. Because I see his work on social media and he's forward us messages. So I want to do a program with him because he's so passionate in doing this peace and harmony about all this. He's worked very hard, I believe. So I want to attend this. So again, once again, from my heart, I congratulate and thanking Chavara Cultural Centre and its all people. So I'm invited here as an Islamic scholar. So first of all, I want to tell you I'm a simple girl from Malabar. I want to introduce 2 words about myself. That itself is enough for the telling about the unity, what is religion, what is friendship, what is identity, what is love, all this. I come from Kerala, from a small village, from a Malabar family where it's very Orthodox Muslims, but my grandfathers were Sufis. So that thought led me to reach in this Indraprasth right now. I'm the only lady from my village who settled down alone and working in the capital of India. I'm very proud to tell you all. So religion, I see only love can do anything in any religion. Because I was born and brought up in that family, means also my father had a big vision at that time of 80s. He put me to we were 3 girls and 1 boy. He put me to a convent school. So I am brought up and taught with sisters. It was a convent school, presentation convent. So I was staying in their hostel. So every culture in my house, when I keep a spoon in my shelf, I think of how sisters did in the hostel and how they taught me. So my culture at my home, all those arrangements, settlements, I adopt from that. So at that time of point, my father died when I was in 5th standard. He was in abroad. And in my village was the first biggest industries in India, Birla's industry. So I'm born and brought up in that culture also. A pan-Indian culture was there in my village. All Sikh, Jains, Buddhists, Gujaratis, Marwadis, everybody. So in my surrounding, in my childhood, I've grown up with that. So I see all the religion, the temple of Jains, the temple of Mahavishnu. Then in my Maur village, it was full of Muslims. More than that, Hindus also was there. My neighbors was Hindus. So when I was studying Islam, I am associating with all this. I had my freedom because that my parents gave me that freedom. No, see, when we get freedom and our wings are not cut, only we are able to find out what is spirituality, what is love, what is humanity. So the life, I believe, he said that we are joining together to the destination. What is joining together? See, we are living joined to where destination once a man is born is going to death. Only that truth is left in this world, I believe. And I'll tell to people also that only. So the journey, if we go every religion, we study when we start our life and going to that edge, we should be lovable. If we have one Veda, any Veda, see, without a Veda, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said about Vedas is that a man with a Veda, any Veda, only he is pure. He is having spirituality. So the spirituality comes from where? when he is clear, he is full of, from that, he's studying something from the Veda, any of the Veda, not Islam or anything. He never said that. So that confusion, the whole world is confused with Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Islamic teaching. I would like to say you that because he said the world will be full of mosque and love, what he said. Because if you drink water from a pond, your thirst will go. If you have spirituality in your mind and drink, you don't want water for some time. I know that the fathers will understand what it is. If you have spirituality, you can go. Even Gandhiji practiced that. He had a type of spirituality. He went for hunger strike. But a person without anything, he cannot stand with hunger, stomach, or without water for a second. So what is spiritual? If you get that spirituality only, you are into the Islam or any religion. The Islam, the revolution, that finishing it there. So that means the whole world is cleared out of. If you all are spiritually strong, then the whole world is full of masjid. Not telling that it is all Muslims and converting it. Prophet never said that. That is a big thing. Confusion is going on. That's why I want to tell you here. Then in the changing of this, when I want to come back to the back time, when I studied in a convent school, they said, my relatives, all this, when my father, they say, oh, you should stop this girl standing to convent. Why? Because they are converting into Christians, these girls. So tomorrow onwards, here, their father is not there. And we are wearing mini skirt from my village to 1 hour, I have to go in line bus. So till that, we didn't have any restriction because my father's sound was there. He is no more. People started telling, but my mother's courage decision, no, they will learn something. Everything, religion, everything they are learning here, let them be whatever they want. Like that, that journey continued. Because even I didn't do my degree graduation, the thought, then prayer, everything, all those things that comes out of it. Then I entered to the aviation industry, you know. In my +2 level itself, when I was entering to aviation industry, there also I had the block, same thing. Aviation, Muslim girl going, no, she's out of the religion. So I asked, okay, let it be. What is my religion? I always, that time when I was a small child onwards, I used to say one word about religion. My God is mine. Between me and my God, nobody is there. That is religion. So that sentence went, because even when I come home, I have to hear a lot of things. But years after what happened, all who were against me came to me. They only need help. When I reached in the higher levels, when I was relieving, I was the country manager for India for a foreign airline. So that much position from that level to that level I reaching is that. Then what happened, my Hindu friends, I'm very big believer of Hanumanji, Baba, all those things. I go to temples. There when I see people, when I see in my social media photos, everything, when I entered to NDS, Republican Party of India, I became a Hindu for them. Because I go to dargahs also. I believe in the part of Sufism. Because Sufism is the actual Islam. It is the love that comes out of it. If without love, how can you see God? You are not caring God or you are not believing anything. You are loving God. That only every religion says. So where is the difference? So we have to, I think we have to educate from the child. We cannot do anything in this situation. The cause we have to treat and we have to go onwards that. Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said what you know about love, respect. In everything there was others' psychological effects he was caring very well. A story I would like to tell you about what Mecca Fatwa, that is the completion of Islam, when his work finished in Mecca. There was a war between the Jewish and the Islamic people. So after that, Islam was won and the key of Kaaba was given to Prophet's hand from the Jewish big family, royal family. From there he said, see, you are the people who have to keep this key, not we. This is your sentimental property. This is only a war between the culture. So that it will go, but psychological way, the treating of to people, prophets was that. He never said anything against enemies. He went on like that. One more story I would like to bring you, because enmity, how he dissolved enmity. One day, every day, one woman will spit at him, throw the waste on him every day in Mecca. So what happened? Then he didn't see that lady for many days. Then he's in the, and Hadith is just telling, the stories. So there he asked, where did she go? She's not well, she's very sick, somebody told. He found that lady's house and went there, and he went and met her and shared his love and regards, the story tells. So where is the enmity in prophet? Nobody, it was not at all there. Then in Medina, after that he went to Medina because it was not anybody else. As I said, our own community is our enemies, I always say. We should, they will tell us. Now today it started the day before yesterday when I put this post in, because as an Islamic scholar I am speaking in this program. What is my right to talk? There are religious leaders. I am not dressing like how they say hijab or all those things or nothing. But I am a pure Muslim. I practice Islam. I practice love. All this is there. But they will tell tomorrow onward, today onwards, on what they will hate speech on me. What right you have? So who is there? I should still be started because I put the live of the dance and culture center this outside. So that is happening. So nobody else from outside is creating problem. Between us only, all the devils, all shaitans are there. So that we have to move means the whole world will be with pure love and happiness. We can go to the peace on that only. So one more thing, with prophet story itself, I'll tell an end. In Medina, when he finished everything, he reached there. He was welcomed by the people of Medina, and it was ruled by the Jewish at that time also there. But he became the president of that community at last. Why he didn't convert anybody? Why he didn't go against them? They lived together happily, and he finished his life there. That he is giving the studies, and he is the completion of Islam. So nobody is there to tell hate or anything if you find a true Islam, and if you study about what is written in Quran and Veda and Bible and all those Vedas same. So thank you very much for listening to me and giving me an opportunity like this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Shri Jagdeep Singh, the Director, Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development. He is also the ex-MLA of Harinagar. Now, we have Sikhism religious prayer. Let us pray for everyone from the Sikh community.
अजूनी सैभं गुर प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसे भी सच सोचे सोच न होवई जे सोची लखवार चुप्पै चुप न होवई जे लाए रहा लिवतार भुखिया भुख न उतरी जे बन्ना पुरिया पार सह सियाणपा लख होए ता एक गुरवे भी सच सोचे सोच न होवई
Very good morning to all of you. Although you people are thinking it is afternoon, but our father, Robbie Kanan, has started this beginning. So beginning of anything is always morning. That's why a very good morning to all of you. This program has been named Diversity. It's very important, very important. I would request my children sitting behind, although they have participated wonderfully, they have given a performance. In their performance, they have given a gist of all the program which we have seen. So I would request them, just listen me. Everybody sitting here has one religion. Can anybody tell me that which is that religion? Everybody has. Please, anybody can answer? There is only one religion. What? Any other? Anybody else can guess? Please, you can answer anything. Please. Harmony. इस पे कौन बनेगा करोड़पति होना चाहिए. What I feel, because everybody has an individual school of thoughts, but what I feel, everybody first religion is their mother. We all are the cell of our mother. Our identity is our mother. Our faith is our mother. You've forgotten, I think these children, the small children, may remember that thing. Whenever we are small, we do not leave the hand of our mother. Mama, mummy, 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 mummy. Always we are behind our mother. Always. Our first religion. The child do not leave her mother at any cost. When he is very small, you just call him, come. So, no, mommy, I'll not go to anybody. Slow and steadily, our mother transfer that faith to our community, to our believer, to our God, to whom we believe. Because it is very important, she knows that the whole life she cannot catch our hand. She knows the life is very challengeable. So we have to move alone. So what she does, she always say, go to church, go to mandir, नमाज पढ़ा करो, गुरुद्वारे जाया करो. हमारे फेथ को वो ट्रांसफर कर देती है. She start telling us कि follow, he is your God. ये आपका भगवान है, ये अल्लाह है. रोज वाहिगुरु आखा करो. इस तरीके से वो ट्रांसफर कर देती है. स्लो एंड स्टडीली हमारा जो वो फेथ है वो ट्रांसफर हो जाता है. अभी मैं सुन रहा था कि मुझे बताया गया सबसे पुराना रिलीजन वो है. सबसे पुराना रिलीजन हमारी माँ है, उसके अलावा कोई नहीं हो सकता. Already here I have been called to speak on Sikhism. although whatever I have learned from the Guru Nanak only, which the picture has been showed on this wall. As Mr. Swami Chandra Dev ji told that oldest religion is Hinduism, no doubt, no doubt. In India, it is oldest religion is Hinduism. गर्व से कहना है कि हम हिंदू हैं, हिंदू देश है ये. लेकिन इसी रिलीजन में से जब एक्सट्रीम हो गया था, एक बारी इस तरीके से हो गया था कि लोग बेचारे, सॉरी मैं आप इस बात को थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनिएगा, सुनने के बाद निष्कर्ष निकालिएगा, कि एक समय ऐसा हो गया था कि जहां पर बहुत ज्यादा रिचुअलिज्म फॉलो करने के लिए कहा गया था. जैसे मैडम ने बताया कि सूफिज्म बिल्कुल सही रास्ता दिखाता है. नो डाउट सूफिज्म और संतिज्म ने आके इस हिंदुइज्म को बहुत अच्छे से ब्राइट वे में, अगर हम बात करें संत कबीर, महात्मा बुद्ध, हम बात करें बाबा फरीद, इन लोगों ने आके इसको बहुत अच्छे से दर्शाया. आई विल से कि द लेटेस्ट वॉज सिखिज्म, क्योंकि 500 साल पुराना, ज्यादा पुराना नहीं. लेकिन गुरु नानक एक संत नहीं, एक साइंटिस्ट भी थे. He explored the world. 4 उदासियां की, लेकिन उन 4 उदासियों में आप लोग कंट्रीज काउंट कर लें तो 40 कंट्रियां थी. 40 कंट्रियों में जाके उन्होंने वहां पर, क्योंकि धर्म भी जो है, अगर हम बात करें नॉर्थ इंडिया में हिंदू धर्म जो फॉलो होता है वो अलग तरीके से फॉलो होता है. साउथ इंडिया में चले जाएंगे आपको वहां डिफरेंट मिलेगा. हर जगह पे आपको थोड़ी थोड़ी दूर पे धर्म में भी एक आपको विचारधाराएं अलग अलग मिलेंगी. गुरु नानक ने जाके स्टडी किया, 4 उदासियां की पूरी लाइफ में. उस टाइम पे उन्होंने इतना बड़ा टूर किया कि आज अगर देखा जाए तो धरती के 4 चक्र हो जाते, और वहां से सारा निचोड़ निकाल के दिया. दैट इज सिखिज्म. हमें सिखाया अव्वल अल्लाह नूर पाया, कुदरत के सब बंदे एक नूर ते, सब जग उपजा, कौन पले को मंदे. एक ही खुदा, एक ही गॉड, एक ही भगवान के हम सब लोग हैं यहां जितने भी बैठे. ये ब्रांडिंग जो है, पीके पिक्चर में उसने बोला था बड़ा अच्छी बात कि ये ठप्पा यहीं लग रहा है, ये ठप्पा यहीं लगाया जा रहा है. हम हैं तो सब उस खुदा के बंदे, उस परमात्मा के, उस परिवरदिगार के बंदे. ये ठप्पा यहीं लगाया जा रहा है. भगवान भी बहुत स्मार्ट है, उसने भी ये ब्रांडिंग की हुई है कि कंपटीशन चलता रहे दुनिया में, इतना कंपटीशन चलता रहे कि मेरे तक कोई ना पहुंच पाए. आई एम सॉरी. सो ये ब्रांडिंग इसलिए, और हर आदमी कहता है मेरी सुपीरियर है ब्रांडिंग, मेरा धर्म सबसे बड़ी है. बट वी हैव टू लर्न. मैंने गुरु नानक से ही लर्न किया है. सारे धर्मों को स्टडी करके उन्होंने मुझे एक चीज सिखाई है कि इंसानियत ही सबसे बड़ा धर्म है. हम नहीं चंगे, बुरा नहीं कोई. वी आर नॉट गुड, nobody is bad. I have learned this thing from Sikhism. And follow me this thing. Today, because of advancement, there is a lot of selfishness is there. We have to learn one thing. My children are sitting here. मेरी उम्र 50 साल है बच्चों, शायद मैं भी 5 साल 10 साल और जीऊंगा. आप लोगों ने धरती संभालनी है. यहाँ पर आप बैठे हो, एक मैसेज देना चाहूँगा। द कैपिटलिज्म आज बहुत हावी होता जा रहा है। न्यूज़ में आप देख रहे हैं बहुत कुछ उल्टा सीधा सिखाया जा रहा है। यू हैव टू टेक केयर। आई नीड वन प्रॉमिस, क्योंकि मेरे को कार्ड आ गया कि कंक्लूड करो भैया, निकलो तुम्हारा टाइम हो गया। सो आई जस्ट वांट टू से वन थिंग, प्लीज टेक केयर ऑफ दैट थिंग, कि अपने 20 घर इधर 20 घर इधर, किसी को भी दिक्कत हो उसको हेल्प करने का है। सबसे बड़ा धर्म वही है और कुछ नहीं है। बस थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, sir, for your words. Now we have the presence of Srimati Sharon Lovin, the renowned classic performing artist, teacher, choreographer, scholar, and founder of Mansa Art Without Frontiers. Now we have the Judaism religious prayer. We request all you to pray for everyone from Judaism.
שלום עליכם מלאכי השלום, מלאכי עליון, ממלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא. ברכוני השלום מלאכי השלום,
My pranams, namaskaram, sat shri akal, tashidelik, salam alaikum, and shalom to all of the esteemed and distinguished members on the stage and in the audience, and to all of you, to all of the students. And it is my privilege to be with you, and I am such a representative of so many traditions. But because my origins are Jewish, so today I am representing Judaism, which is a micro-minority in India. I'm reminded, as I listen to all of these wonderful, very true, and well-spoken remarks about unity, diversity, we all want the same thing. Many years ago, someone said on such an occasion, you realize that the people who are most knowledgeable and spiritual in all of the different traditions are much closer in their philosophy to each other than they unfortunately may be to the people of their own religious faith, who are at a level where they only understand, let me light a candle and ask my chosen divinity to give me what I want. So I would say that it is the responsibility of everyone to reach out within your own faith so that others can understand what everyone here truly already knows. The great theologian and philosopher Rabbi Hillel was challenged to explain the entire Jewish Torah as long as he could stand on one foot. And it was quite simple. He said, that which is hateful to you, do not do to another. That's the whole law. The rest is commentary. Now go and learn it. We all know this, but we have to learn it, practice it. It's easy. There are many things that are simple to know, but very challenging to do. My life experience in India has taught me that the various theologies represented here in Bharat are really like the facets of the same diamond. They're all reflecting light in different directions, but the core philosophy is do unto others what you would wish done unto you. And we all know that the heart of the message of Indian Sanskriti and of the many mystics and poets has always been based on the philosophy that we're all on a journey of many rivers that meet in the same ocean. Differences in language, religious codes, practices can hide this essential truth, but we all want to be happy. We all share the same inner truths that define our humanity, and we need to remember to care for others as we care for ourselves. This morning, when I came at 10, like Geshe Dorji from the Tibet House, thinking that we were on non-Indian Standard Time, I went for a walk in Lodi Garden, and I was listening to a Dharma talk by His Holiness the Karmapa Lama, and he was talking about a treatise that starts out with, better than the wish-fulfilling stone is to care for other sentient beings. And he said, what is the wish-fulfilling stone? Why wouldn't you want that? Well, because it can only give you temporary material things. So today, the wish-fulfilling stone is money. If you have money, you can get all of the material things that you want. But they're very temporary, and they will not give you what the well-being of other beings, sentient beings, will do for you. Now, I'm so delighted that Javan has such a belief in the importance of the arts for unity, and that was certainly expressed in the beautiful dance. And I appreciate what Nanda had done and what the students did, because artists also have a unique opportunity to speak a universal language through the music, dance, poetry, the visual forms that connect us, and they connect us in very profound ways. And I feel blessed to have been given the opportunity many times to offer my dance. Obviously, many Hindu temples from Kerala to Manipur, Chittambaram, the first non-Hindu to dance in Sankat Mochan, temples across the country and also in other countries. But I've also danced in churches, Episcopal churches, Catholic churches, choreographed things that have been done here in Delhi as well as in the West. I've danced, of course, at the Baha'i facilities and also at Buddhist venues on significant occasions. One time in Pakistan, I actually taught dance to Pathans. Some of them said, we've never even seen dance, but they were Fulbright scholars. And so instead of approaching it as, I'm here to teach you Indian classical dance, I switched into my American role and said, okay, everybody up, let's move. And they all were dancing, that was great. And I have even gone to the ancestral homeland of my grandparents, Lithuania, to share this universal dance tradition. And this was very meaningful because this is a country that persecuted my religious minority, that fortunately my grandparents escaped as refugees and went to the United States. And because of that decision, I'm able to bring this great tradition of universality back to Lithuania, to the place of my origin. Now, one thing that's quite remarkable to me, as someone of European Jewish heritage, is that religious persecution did not exist in India. It has never been a major issue or a small issue. Today, there's only about 5,000 Jews still here, but the presence has been since before the Christian era. Of course, General Jacob, so many scholars, so many great people in the military, science, and the arts have come from this minuscule community. And for 50 years, since I came to India, I've known Ezekiel Malakar of the Jewish synagogue here. He leads the prayer services. He couldn't be here today, which is why he asked me to come. And he conducted the wedding of my daughter to her Sikh husband, Angad, naming ceremony of my grandson, Michael Man Singh Chaudhry. And he asked me to share a few things with you. The synagogue in Delhi is open to all faiths. He's done many interfaith weddings. There's no separate seating for men and women, and they do not do conversions. The fifth commandment in the Bible is to honor thy father and mother, not just your father. That means you're born Jewish by your mother's heritage. So my grandson is 100% Jewish and 100% Sikh. I like it when there's more than hundreds. Because it's a micro-religion in India, and this is a message for our Minorities Commission folk, Judaism doesn't have minority status, and so it's deprived of the appropriate benefits, and because it doesn't have codified religious laws, that means that Jews have to get married with the Special Marriage Act, because there's no universal code yet. We hope there will. And add that there are more than 1 in 5 countries that have an official state religion that's highly restrictive of minority faiths. India's 75-year celebration of independence is also a time to celebrate our freedom to journey together. And I want to especially thank Father Robi Kananhira and the Chavara Cultural Centre for all of your really tireless efforts to promote harmony and understanding between practitioners of various faiths, and to all of you who respect the age-old unity and diversity of Bharat. And I look forward to many more opportunities for these different rivers of people to find where we all meet in the same ocean and where we can celebrate and creatively express not only what makes us unique, but what about our experiences that belong to all of us together we share. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have Sri Sanjal Jain. He is the Member Secretary, Governing Council, and Secretary of World Jain Confederation, and also the ex-trustee of Atma Vallabh Samarg Shikshan Nidhi, New Delhi, and ex-member of the Governing Council, Bogilal Leher Chand Institute of Indology, New Delhi. Now we have Jainism religious prayer. We request you all to pray for everyone in the Jain community.
Esteemed, eminent persons from different religions, brothers and sisters. I would first of all congratulate the Chavara Cultural Centre for picking up this wonderful topic, which is relevant, more relevant in today's context. And the effort which they have been time and again putting for years for such interfaith dialogues. And I feel honored for being given this opportunity to speak today to this august gathering representing major religions of our country as well as the world. The topic, today's topic, is, well, let me start in a different way. By profession, I'm a management expert. And management itself has many pros and cons, and it has made our minds work in a slightly more professional manner. So the topic today, which we are discussing, is journeying together to the destination. That is the first part. And the second part is analyzing the scope and challenges. And the third part is in the light of the faith and traditions of different religions. So my esteemed colleagues have already talked about the first part, maybe the third part. Permit me as a management expert to begin, although when I was preparing, I had different things in mind, but my number has come at a position where I thought that this thing has missed out, so let me focus on that. So analyzing the scope and challenges. As a management expert, we say the cause and effect relationship. I have had a chance to work in many African countries, practically every nook and corner of India, many South Asian countries, and Middle East. And let me tell you, I have worked in those areas where even the Africans don't want to go and work. Even for Africans, they say it is a punishment posting. So from such areas to the best areas of Paris or whatever you may call, I have had a chance. Having involved in interfaith dialogues, different religions, we have had a reasonably good exposure to what the religions say and what they profess and that. But I want to give a different interpretation to today's topic, is that we need to focus on the cause. Because it is the cause which leads to the challenges. And based on the challenges, we look at the scope and the solutions. And I feel that apart from various challenges across the world, which may be in terms of environment, climate, war, all such things, there are some which are man-made challenges. It begins from our minds or maybe our hearts. And which are these challenges? These are very fundamental issues. And I per se feel that some of these challenges, it is not an elaborative list, but some of them where we can focus on are anger, hatred, intolerance, non-truthfulness, inequality, divisiveness and diversity both, greed, materialism, etc. Human being by nature, since the advent of humanity or the Adam and Eve, started with two people as the history says, started growing, people got together. There is a basic tendency in human beings, and that is to be clannish. Man is a social animal. So we feel that we can't survive alone sometimes, and slowly we become clannish. Now this is where people say that religion may be the cause or faith may be the cause. Whereas my own experience, I firmly believe, or may I ask you that have you come across any religion which professes some of these challenges, professes that you be angry, you should practice hatredness, or inequality, or casteism, or divisiveness, or be greedy or materialistic? I'm sure the answer would be no. Is there anybody who has a yes answer? Anybody? No. So the religion doesn't profess this. But still, we find that we are having problems. So the problems emerge, I feel, from the mind, where we start developing these traits or vices or thinking. And being clannish, we turn around, we need majority, we need people, we need support, and either it is a community-based support, or it may get down to religion or a group. It may be heterogeneous, it may be homogeneous. So I very strongly believe that if we really need to look at these challenges, we need to start from within ourselves. And as one of our colleagues had pointed out, start looking at the neighborhood, extended neighborhood and beyond. How the Jainism has many of these things inbuilt into them. I'm sure many of you are exposed. So religion, in my opinion, is nothing but way of life. It gives us a framework of the speech and action. Those who are aware of Jainism would appreciate, while those who are getting exposed to this religion for the first time might be completely. Because Jainism is not only one of the most ancient Indian religions, but the core of this religion professes and revolves around love, trust, justice, equality, fraternity, peace, and harmony. It's a religion which enjoys adoration and worship of Jinas, and vice versa. The religion which is propounded by Jinas is known as the Jain religion or the Jain Dharma. The followers, of course, are known as Jains, which is a word derived from Sanskrit word Jina, the victor. Jinas are thus those who have performed, this is very important, extremely severe penances, destroyed all sins accumulated during their past births, buried all karmas, inculcated a spirit of equanimity towards both the friends as well as the foes, attained the status of Vitraga, that is, where there is no attachment or hatred towards anyone, and gained omniscient knowledge, that is, Keval Gyan. The Jinas have therefore connoted the path of victory in crossing over life's stream of rebirths through an ethical and spiritual life after conquering the internal enemies, which is the raga, and hatred, which is the dvesha, thereby attaining moksha or salvation. The history of Jainism can be traced through a succession of 24 Tirthankars, the first being Lord Adinath or Lord Rishabdev, who is believed to have lived millions of years ago, and the 24th being Lord Mahavira around 5th century BC. The core precepts of Jainism are the 3 A's, which many of you must have heard: the Ahimsa, Anekantvada, Aparigraha. The entire religion focuses and revolves around these 3 issues. Anekantvada is non-one-sidedness, is the acceptance of all positive views, is best illustrated by a well-known Jain parable of the 6 blind men and who find an elephant, which is a story often told in such interfaith seminars. And aparigraha is non-possessiveness, which emphasizes detachment from worldly goods and desires. In modern life, that means non-consuming or accumulating more than our needs. And ahimsa, non-violence, as we have said. So in the Jainism religion, these things are inbuilt. And I am sure many such things are inbuilt in the other religions. All we need to do is revive what our own religion teaches. If we can revive that, many of these challenges, and we actually follow our own religion in the letter and spirit, many of these challenges can be met successfully. I guess somebody is already saying that please conclude. So, well, that happens when you have a number of panelists, but I am happy that you did it on a weekday, which gives a signal that you really want to be business-like. I would congratulate the Chavara Cultural Centre. Normally, if it's a holiday, then, everybody's in a holiday mood. But today, if people are present, which means they mean business. So, we have a wonderful audience. And I hope this dialogue needs to be continued at much larger length. And I was telling Archbishop Leopoldo that it needs to be taken to the grassroots level, because interactions, dialogues with such small forums, yes, we are all, already aware, learned, most of you must have been exposed, but these thoughts, this process needs to be taken down right to the grassroots level where it actually matters. So things like, if there is a program in church, we need to invite communities in church. If there is a program in our Jain temple, we need to invite communities there. So that would be a much more effective process. I have touched the scope in a very, very, very minuscule manner, and I hope we'll have more opportunities to discuss and brainstorm on such an important issue. Thank you so much once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Shri Dr. A.K. Merchant. He is the General Secretary, Temple of Understanding India Foundation. He is representing the Baha'i faith. Now we have Baha'i faith prayer. Let us pray for everyone from the community.
Ya Ilahi, Ya Raja'i, Ya Baha'i, Ya Sana'i, Ya Mahbubi, Ya Maqsudi, Ya Matlubi, Ya Ma'budi, Ya Ma'budi.
Thank you very much. It's such a wonderful day. Thanks to Father Robbie Konachiran, who has taken so much trouble with his entire wonderful team to bring us all together. I have only 3 minutes, so please pardon me. I'm not going to be taking the names of all the distinguished friends here, or His Grace, who's the Archbishop of Delhi, who's right before us, to all the wonderful children who have performed and energized us, to distinguished guests and friends. The theme that Pope Francis has drawn our attention to is all about the journey. And this journey, as depicted in the documents on synodality, is telling humanity that, oh, human race, we need to wake up. The world we live in is a very different world. The smartphones that you have in your pockets, the connections, the kind of information and knowledge that we are being exposed to, the data with which we are all the time flooded with, tells us that we need to begin this journey in a way that befits the reality that surrounds us. And I have already, in fact, prepared a written 2-page text, on my study of the documents. And what does it say? It says that let us journey together. We need to let ourselves be educated by the Holy Spirit to truly synodal mentality, entering with courage and freedom of heart into a conversation with our fellow travelers. So as we journey in this path of service, the Holy Father, Pope Francis, is not only telling the 1.2 billion Catholics around the world, but he is appealing to the entire human race. This year, in the month of November, the 8th billion child will be born on this planet. And the United Nations Population Fund has been assigned to keep watch. Where this 8th billion child, which country, where is he going to be born or she is going to be born? So friends, I'm really grateful to Chavara Cultural Centre, inspired by Saint Kuriakos Elias Chavara, who has led us to think about the world that we want to live in and the kind of people that need to build a world which is fit for all humanity to live in peace and happiness. As I have already mentioned, I'm not going to say more than 3 minutes, and you already heard that beautiful Baha'i prayer. It was chanted in Persian. We can chant the same prayer in 800 different languages, and it's all about, "Oh God, my beloved, my heart's desire." That's the translation. "Oh God, my beloved, my heart's desire." So friends, I welcome you all to the Baha'i Temple, where this journey is already happening every day. And every pilgrim, the moment we undertake a journey, we make a commitment. And the most important of all journeys is the journey from the head to the heart or the heart to the head. Oftentimes, the dichotomy between the head and the heart is the cause of enormous amount of crises, suffering, pain, afflictions, and violence. So how are we going to undertake this journey should become our daily reflection, whether it be in the form of prayer, meditation, service, an act of kindness, a blessing. We were all truly blessed today by His Apostolic Nuncio, His Grace the Archbishop Leopoldo Girelli. I hope the Italian name I'm pronouncing correctly. So with these words, I once again, from the core of my heart, on behalf of the Temple of Understanding and my fellow Baha'is, not only in India but throughout the world, thank Chavara Cultural Centre and its director, Father Robbie, for bringing us all together and giving us such a wonderful day to remember and continue our journey. I will not take more time. If you are interested, we can always continue the conversations as we walk along. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marjanji. My dear friends, since we are short of time and the center has to stop this food and food counter into the 2:30, before 2:30, we have two more programs. Means our students, two more dance performances. I would appreciate our guests to watch the two more dance performances, and lunch is arranged for everybody. And just after this one, we will have lunch. We will be concluding a ceremony. And now we have our Zoroastrian religion. You know that our Parsi religion in India. And if we have a recorded talk, a small one, we'll have a small prayer. Now you can play the small prayer for Zoroastrian religion. And we'll pray for all the Zoroastrian members in this world. And that's the beauty of our country. And we pray for each other. We celebrate the differences. So celebrating differences means celebrating Bharat. Just let's watch the small prayer and pray in absentia of our speaker.
Mutti Jabarato
Salam alaikum.
He's Surya Wakil from Bangalore.
Shalom. Respected Reverend Father Robbie Kadanchara, distinguished and respected panelists, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is said that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. Ever since then, man has been in pursuit of highlights. But today, the environment is very different because dark clouds hover over this light. And therefore, we tend to ask, in darkness we grope and do not see the things that we ought, therefore we come to Thee, O Almighty. And the benevolent Almighty has always granted our request. It's important for us to understand today that as a last resort, we need to approach the Almighty. It's important, as a poet rightly said, Har cheez musabbab sabab se mango, minnat se adab se khushamad se mango. Kyun phailate ho haath gair ke aage, ho Rab ke bande to Rab se mango. The theme and the subject for discussion today is journey to a common destination. Father Robbie Kadanchara has always spearheaded actions on religious harmony. And as we note, today, if we jointly, as multi-religious representatives getting together, trying to reach a common destination, it seems like religious pluralism, where the digital lexicon says that whether a group of states or systems or people trying to move together parallelly is pluralism. Therefore, I am very, very confident that all religions do converge. There is convergence, absolute convergence. They are like parallel lines moving ahead. Now let me quickly explain the basic tenets of my religion, Zoroastrianism. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds are the basic concepts. And I'm sure every religion will have the same in their faith. There is nothing new. It is, if this is not convergence, then what is? We believe that all religions are equal, none superior to the other or inferior to the other. And if this be so, then there is convergence. My religion is based on a few pillars, 7 to be precise. Let me try and explain a few of them. The first one being prayer. Prayers lead to communion with the Almighty.
My dear friends, we will show that in the YouTube later, since the short of time. I am extremely sorry for not presenting that fully. Now let us just bring our children for our beautiful dance programs from. Please announce that.
With this, we come to the end of the panel discussion. We thank all the panelists and the moderator. We have the dance performance by the students of Infant Jesus. We have the dance performance. We have the dance performance by St. Thomas School, Indrapuram. We heartily welcome them. we have now performance by St. Thomas School, Indrapuram. We heartily welcome them to the stage.
भारत अनोखा राग है, सोरागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है।
सोरागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है, ये प्यार का संगीत है,
ये शांति का गीत है, ये एकता का राग है, भारत अनोखा राग है। सोरागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है, अनोखा राग है। भारत के इस एक तारे पे गूंजे है जो जो रागिनी, सब मिल गई एक धुन बनी,
इस धुन में गाना एक है, इस धुन तराना एक है,
ये राग सबका राग है, भारत अनोखा राग है।
मलयज शीतला शस्य श्यामला मातरं वन्दे मातरम् शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् 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 एहसास थोड़ा तो जगाएं अपने दिलों में हम वन्दे मातरम् क्या नाम है अपना जहां में खड़े हैं कहाँ पे हम वन्दे मातरम् है हमें जाना कहाँ और चले हैं कहाँ पे हम हमसे पूछे ये बात रे वतन वन्दे मातरम्
Thank you for the wonderful performance. We would like to extend our gratitude to Father Saji Abraham, the manager, and the principal, Kyriakos. We would also like to extend our gratitude to the teachers and students. Now we have the dance performance by students of Infant Jesus School, Dwaraka.
tadai tam tidate 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 tadai tam tam kita tagatei ta tei kita tagatam tam kita tagatei ta tei kita tagatam titta tei tattei tam 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 titta tei tattei ta dashan kai ta jam kai ta kai tei ta ding na tom ta ka ta ding na tom ta ka dik ta ding na tom ta trikur ta ka 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 dalan ku ta ka ta ding na tom ta tei tei yum ta tam
Tick da dig dig tick da dig dig tick da dig dig tick da dig tick da dig dig tick da dig dig tick da dig dig tick da dig tat tat tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig 1 2 3 4 5 6 din na na din din tin tin na tra din din na
dim 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 tana de re na dim 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 tana de re na de dir dani tana tom tana de re na de dir dani tana tom tana de re na tana de re na tana de re na tana de re na tana na na tana de re na dim 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 tana de re na dim 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 tana de re na
ha din na na tin tin na tra din din na din din na tin din na tra din din na tick da dig dig tick da dig tick da dig dig tick da dig dig tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig thai tick da dig dig thai din na
da ke tak dum ke tak teri ke tak teri ke tak da 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 ke tak teri ke tak teri ke tak da da da
ആരന്റെ കണ്ടത്തിലെ ആരണ്ട കൊത്തണത് ആരന്റെ തെങ്ങും മേലെ ആരണ്ട ചെത്തണത് നല്ല ചങ്കാവിലെ കോരന്റെ കുട്ടിയാണ് ഞാനണ്ട പാകത്തെ കരുമണി മുത്താണ് കളിക്കും കോരനും കടിയൂല ഞാനണ്ട കാക്കൂനും ചിരുതയ്ക്കും കുഞ്ഞാഞ്ഞ ഞാനണ്ട നടകാതെ നേരം പോയി മുമ്പേലും ഞാനുണ്ട് മളരെ കൂട്ടിട്ട് കൊയ്യാനും ഞാനുണ്ട്
बांध रम झमटो ठीक जांद कै गवा की होली से बांध कनि भली दिख्यांद
कै गवा की होली से बांध कनि भली दिख्यांद कै गवा की
छुमा चुमले दिंग तालो छुमा चुमले दिंग तालो
धारू धारू बटीन आंद इगरेली बिगरेली बांध धारू धारू बटीन आंद इगरेली बिगरेली बांध चला कौतीग देखी औला इनी ज्वनि सदनी निरांद कै गवा की होली से बांध कनि भली दिख्यांद
कै गवा की होली से बांध कनि भली दिख्यांद कै गवा की
छुमा चुमले दिंग तालो छुमा चुमले दिंग तालो
लक दक गौणो न सरी कनु के हिटनी होली बिचरी लक दक गौणो न सरी कनु के हिटनी होली बिचरी लस के कमर टूटी जांद देख देख की मन खयांद कै गवा की होली से बांध कनि भली दिख्यांद
कै गवा की होली से बांध कनि भली दिख्यांद कै गवा की
छुमा चुमले दिंग तालो 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 छुमा चुमले दिंग तालो
It was such a mesmerizing and energetic performance. We would like to thank the principal, Father Davis, and Father Jomi John, the director, Albin Sir, and Reshmi Ma'am, who coordinated with the students. Now I call upon Father Thomas Kolikolovil, CMI, Prefect CMI Bhavan, for the vote of thanks.
So, Greli, Your Grace Anil Joseph T. Kuto, Reverend Dr. Josie Tamresheri, CMI, Srimadi Richan Labo, Srimadi Nancy Bella, members of Minority Commission, all the honorable members in the panel of discussions, respected distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear children. As the curtain falls on this unique national seminar on journeying together to the destination, analyzing the scope and challenges in the light of the faith and traditions of different religions, which is meant to foster mutual respect, acceptance, and appreciation among the various religions and faithfuls in Indian context. Therefore, I am bestowed with the privilege of thanking each and every one of you for your esteemed presence in today's wonderful day of this national seminar organized by CMI congregation under the banner of Chavara Cultural Centre, Delhi. First and foremost, I would like to thank Almighty God for bringing us as one family to share our faith among each other, which will definitely help us to foster our faith and appreciate the faith of other religions. It gives me immense pleasure in thanking Most Reverend Archbishop Leopoldo Girelli, Apostolic Nuncio to India, for inaugurating this national seminar, journeying together to the same destination. Your Grace, you spoke in your inaugural address, quoting Pope Francis, to work together and journey together irrespective of caste, religion, and creed towards the final destination. Thank you so much for being with us to bless us and enlightening us. Seminar. Thank you so much. May I recall with great gratitude Srimadi Richan Lambo, Srimadi Nancy Bella, members of minority commissions. You, in your message, stress that religion means sharing love and joy with others, not imposing our selfish interest on other religions. Thank you so much for your very presence in our midst and your beautiful message. Thank you so much. Let me express my gratitude to Your Grace Anil Joseph T. Kuto. Your Reverence always cherishes us with your love of blessings and accepting our invitation to join this national seminar, inspiring us with your wonderful message, stressing on the need of love, forgiveness, and service. Thank you so much, Your Grace. As usual, it is always special to have you here in this national seminar. Thank you so much for being with us today. We are enriched and blessed with the great presence of Reverend Dr. Josie Tambresheri, Vicar General, CMI Congregation, who have presided over this national seminar. During the presidential address, you have stressed, dear own Father, the need of understanding each other, especially in this pluralistic context, for promoting peaceful coexistence in our society through encounter, discernment, and to work together with people of other religions to reach the same destination. Thank you so much, dear Father, for accepting our invitation and sharing your thought-provoking message in our midst. Thank you so much. I express my gratefulness to respected moderator K.P. Fabian sir, honorable members in the panel, Swami Chandradev G. Maharaj, Dr. C.V. Anandabose IAS, Srimadi Nusrat Juwan, Srimadi Sharon Lowen, Sri Jagdeep Singh Ji, Venerable Jashe Dorji Damdul, Sri Deboji, Sri Sanjay Jain Ji, Dr. A.K. Merchant Ji. You have all highlighted the salient features of every religion, mutual acceptance, and stressed the need of coming together in a common platform like this for building peace, harmony, and unity among religions for mutual acceptance and appreciations. Thank you so much, dear all the panelists, for being us and sharing your valuable and thought-provoking messages in our midst. Thank you so much. My deep sense of appreciation goes to all the performing groups who have added more color in today's event. They are students from Christ University, Delhi NCR, Infant Jesus School, Dwaraka, and St. Thomas School, Indrapuram. May God bless you abundantly in radiating peace and harmony through your wonderful and colorful performances. I also extend my sincere gratitude to you, my dear teachers and children of Holy Child School, Tagore Garden, Infant Jesus School, Dwaraka, St. Francis de Sales School, Janakpuri, St. Peter's School, Old Faridabad, St. Peter's School, Faridabad, St. Thomas School, Indrapuram, for your active participation in the national seminar. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the masters of today's ceremony of National Seminar, Akshaya and Thomas and Snehaji, who are students of Jesus and Mary College, for your wonderful anchoring. You have done your duty with great professionalism and systematic approach. Thank you so much, dear Aksha and Sneha, for your wonderful and colorful anchoring. Thank you so much. Well, my dear friends, a national seminar like this cannot happen overnight. The brainstorming sessions start moving weeks and months ago, making event like this very much successful. I recall with lots of gratitude and appreciation to Father Robi Kannanchira, CMI, the director of Chavara Cultural Centre, Delhi, the mastermind of this program. Thank you so much, dear Father Robi, for your great passion and commitment in organizing such events for establishing peace and harmony in the society. Thank you so much, Father, and wish you God's blessings in your future endeavors. I place on record my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all the people who have worked hard and day and night in making this event successful, especially to Mr. Sanu Siriak, Mr. David Babu, Mr. Joy Chetan, Mr. Raji, Mr. Anish Joseph, Mr. Sunil Varghese, for your great support and contributions. I also express my thanks to people of IIC for supporting to organizing this event very much successful. Thank you so much. Last not least, to our beloved well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen on the floor. Life is to be fortified by many friendships. To love and to be loved is the greatest happiness of success. Thank you so much for your active and enriching process in this national seminar. Thank you so much. Once again, I thank one and all present here. Let this national seminar may integrate people of our religion, having the spirit, same faith of mutual acceptance and appreciations. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Reverend Father Thomas, for the vote of thanks. We request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we come to the end of the seminar. Thank you everyone for joining us today and making this event a great success. We would like you all to proceed for the lunch. Thank you.